Hey everybody, Alucard 2089 here, and tonight we're doing a stream that I've been actually wanting to do for a pretty long time now. We're going to be playing all the Soldier games on the PC Engine. We're going to be playing Gunhed, Final Soldier, Superstar Soldier, and Soldier Blade. All amazing games, really some of the most iconic shooters ever made. And so I'm very excited for this. I hope you guys are too. Like I said, something I've been wanting to do for a long time. So we're going to be playing all these games tonight, and going to be playing them on the EverDrive. So I've got everything hooked up and ready to go, and we'll go ahead and get started here momentarily. And it looks like we got Reluctant Hero and Daniel F in the chat here. And Daniel says no Star Parodier. I actually did play that one on my last stream, but we might play that one maybe. But yeah, I did play that one on my last PC Engine stream where I played CD Dungeon. So that was a lot of fun. I love Star Parodier. It's a great game. I'm sure if we don't play it tonight, I'll definitely stream that game in the future. That's actually, probably one of my favorite PC Engine shooters as well, is that game. But I guess we'll go ahead and get started. This is going to take a while to get through all these games. Not sure how many of them I'm going to beat, or if I'm going to beat any of them at all. Usually I do good up until, usually the last level or two of each one. So we'll see. Hopefully I'll at least beat one tonight. But I'm going to go ahead and flip over to the gameplay screen, and we'll go ahead and get this started. And the music in these games are just great too, like some amazing soundtracks in all these games. Alright. It's actually been a while since I've had a chance to play these games again. But these games are pretty long, they always have like a mid boss and a final boss for each level. I think the music might need to come up on this one just a little bit. Hey, Shmup Junkies here. Glad you can make it, man. I'm glad you made it. We're gonna try to beat these tonight, if possible. Alright, I believe that was an extra life. Other extra life. Alright, we're getting pretty powered up now. I've always really liked these type of lasers in this game in particular. I still got hit. gonna read y'all's comments here. Yeah, playing Blazing Lasers too. Yep. Yeah, it'll probably take a while to go through all these. I'll probably be streaming for 3 or 4 hours at least. You know, I didn't even know about that trick. So you don't fire at the boss and you get a bunch of extra lives and bombs. That's pretty awesome. I had no idea. I had no idea that even existed. I'll try it out and see if I can pull it off. But seriously, like, if I could have played these when I was a kid, I probably would have been like hooked on TurboGrafx stuff. But I've still to this day never seen an actual TurboGrafx in real life. Pretty much where I grew up, everybody was either, you know, Nintendo or Sega kids up until PlayStation came along. Oh, so it takes a few minutes. Yeah, I probably won't do that this time. But that's awesome, though. I'm gonna have to remember that. Oh, really? I didn't know that. This game was based on a Japanese movie or series. I'll have to look into that more. I love the games. I don't know a whole lot about the history of them, though. Alright, not doing too bad so far. I didn't mean to grab that, but there we go. Got it back now. Just reading up, reading on your comments here. Oh, okay, that's awesome. I didn't even know that those turned into golden lives. Oh, okay, awesome. That's how Schmuck Junkie managed to beat it the first time. Yeah, I'll have to keep that in mind. I had no idea about that. PC Engine Girls here. Hey, how's it going? Yep, this is where the party is. Alright, so that's level 2. Yeah, Star Parodier is not too bad for beginners. It's it gets harder in the later stages, but oh, he just sniped me again too. I think I'm gonna keep this weapon for a little while. I got hit by something. Well, I screwed that one up. Try weapon 2. Alright. I usually stick with 3, but it's been a while since I've actually played this game in particular. Daniel Daniel F says, "When are you gonna play Steam Hearts on stream?" I've got a burned copy. We could play it. But I'm just reading everybody's comments about the weapons and everything. Yeah, I know the F power up thing basically fully powers it up. Um, I wasn't expecting to die that much either on that one part. That kind of screwed me. I've only got 1 life left now, so now I gotta kind of pick back up. Yeah, I think I do like this weapon pretty good. Alright, earn another life, that's good. Alright, getting through this one pretty good so far. Yeah, I'm pretty bad about stockpiling bombs. I should use them. I should be using them more. I've got like 14 now. I need to use them up. Activated complex is here. What's up, man? Ah. That's an awesome looking boss right there too. Alright, that was level 4. Save some bombs for stage 5. Alright. Dave Car 10 is here. How's it going, man? Oh yeah, I remember this level. This one is pretty hard. Ah, man. I didn't see that bullet down there in the corner. Yeah, this level's got a lot of stuff going on in it. Ah. A little bit too close to that. Yeah, I'd say Weapon 4 would be good on this stage, too, for blocking stuff. I didn't think about that earlier. Alright. Not too bad. Ah, yeah, I gotta get another weapon for this stage. Ah. To use the bomb. Ah. Well, I haven't figured out that pattern yet. Well, what do you guys think? You want to see some more Gunhed, or do you want to move on to the next game? I think if I wouldn't have died so much on stage 3, I could have gotten a lot farther. Daniel says keep trying. All right, we'll give this one more shot. Oh, it starts me off here. Okay, well, all right. That works out even better. I don't have to start over from the beginning. I ran into that flying rock thing. Hey, Cassius is here. What's up, man? Ah. I didn't think they'd kill me if I was right there under it shooting at it. Oh, it's because they come up from behind. Okay. That makes sense. I'm starting to figure out that pattern just a little bit. Ah, man, as soon as I hit the bomb button, too. There we go. Ah. Damn it. Alright, I think I'm getting a little bit farther now. I think I should get another life at 200,000. I believe. Oh yeah, I remember this bastard. This guy's actually pretty damn hard. All right. I did get another life. Thanks, guys. I don't know if I'll be able to beat the whole game, but I'm gonna try anyways. As soon as I say something, I end up dying. That's my luck. I definitely needed that life back there, so but I got another one. Been stockpiling these bombs again. I've already got 10 bombs. Ah. Oh, I like that pattern. I don't know if I've ever seen it do that pattern before. It got pretty hairy there for a minute. Alright, we got him. Got another life. Cool. I'm glad I didn't stop back there and move on to the next game. Oh yeah, this one's hard. I forgot about this level. I think I'm going to take a quick break just for a second too before I start this and go grab another drink. But I'll be back in just a second, y'all. Alright guys, I'm back. Thanks for waiting. And sorry about that. I probably should have turned some music on for you. I'm gonna crack open another beer before I start this level. Alright, Schmuck Junkie says the laser is hard on this stage unless you're fully powered up. I tend to use 2 or 4 on the bubbles. And we got Mark Smith here. What's up, Mark? Happy New Year. Hope you had a good New Year, man. Alright, we'll get this started. I like this song too, just like that weird, like, prog type of sound, you know? Like weird off time and stuff. Didn't mean to get that, but that's okay. Hopefully this will work decently. I think I'm gonna keep my shields. I don't have a lot of lives. I thought I had the shield. Man, I should have just used the bomb there to avoid all that mess. I don't know why I didn't. Well, this isn't too bad though. I mean, at least it makes your shots pretty powerful. And it does the ricochet bullets too. This might not be a bad weapon to get through this. I think I'm gonna keep this. Doing good with it so far. Yes, that's what I need. Oh yeah, you can't have the fully powered up thing though when you have any other sub weapons though. You know, they have black holes in space. Well, that's the bubble hole. That's the bubble monster. Alright, maybe it might be easier not to shoot through here because you're basically pulling them guys out of the bubbles. Well, it popped anyways that time without me shooting it. Oh! Damn. He says, I will kill you with bubbles. It's kind of hard to do with this weapon. You rolling your eyes at me, Bubble Man? Ah. Ah. Started me all the way back here. Alright, I think I need probably weapon 4 for that boss. This weapon might be good for him. Shit, this might be the best weapon altogether for it. I should have kept that. Maybe I'll find another one between now and then. I should have let that stay and got a golden life. Alright, let's do this. You ain't gonna get me this time, Bubble Man. Not this time. I'm gonna make you even more dead than you already are. That's what the inside of a Bubble Man looks like. Pretty scary stuff. All right. Boss rush time. I didn't mean to do that. Oh well. I did it. All right, on to the next one. All right. Got through that one, but lost my power-ups though. All right, there's got to be a better way to do this. It. Well, that's game over. I guess I could try this one more time and see how it turns out, but hell, even the first part's hard to get through without power-ups. Ah, I was playing chicken with him that time. Ah. Well, I think we'll probably go ahead and switch to the next game because I don't think I'm going to make too much progress with this unless I play it for a really long time. So I think we'll go ahead and switch over to the next game. So I'm gonna reset this. Hopefully it comes back on. There we go. Sometimes my capture card or my RetroTink or whatever it is, I don't know why, but sometimes it disconnects. Which one is the first one? Is it Superstar Soldier or Final Soldier? Can't remember which one was the first one. Oh, Superstar Soldier was first. Alright, we'll play that one next. Gonna change the game name real quick. The first and the hardest. Let me tell my roommate to turn this music down because y'all can hear it through the walls. Well, I would text him, but I'm just going to go out here for a second. I'll be back in a second, guys. Sorry about that. Alright, I'm back, guys. Yeah, there is a Star Soldier R, and there's one that came out on the N64 as well. The Star Soldier R, I think that's a Wii game, I believe. Hey, we got Brandon Wallace here. What's up, Brandon? Alright, so let's get this one started. It's actually been a while since I played this one too. I think the one I play the most is probably Soldier Blade. Might need to come up a little bit on the volume. Yeah, now that I think about it, this probably is the hardest one. been so long since I played this one, I can't remember which weapon I like the most. This green weapon can be good, but it's like if you die and that's the only weapon you have, or you get shot and it takes your power all the way down, it really sucks. I think I'm gonna keep this for a while. Yeah. For this stage, I think I like that weapon the best. That's what the green one does. Really? Turn up my speed here a little bit too. I was on 1 speed. Oh yeah, I remember this damn thing here. I forgot about this. Alright, sub boss time. Or sorry, the That was the actual boss, not the sub boss. Cassius asked if I played Bioship any. I didn't have a chance to just yet. I might play it some after the stream, but definitely want to check it out. But man, really, like, these games are just like so excellent. I really can't say enough good things about them. I mean, I know if I would have grown up playing these games, I would have been a fan ever since then, you know. But I never actually got to play any of this stuff until this year, and you know, ever since I got my PC Engine, you know, some days I'll turn it on and I'll just go through a ton of different games on it, you know. Um, all right. Reading y'all's comments. Yeah, I think that was a WiiWare game, I believe. Cassius got his Turbo 16 in December of 1990. That's awesome, dude. If I would have had one back then, I'm sure I would have loved it. Wow. Shmup Junkie says the programmer on this game also was the programmer for the new GGLS 3. That's awesome. I didn't know that. Oh wow, that's cool, Mark. He says he's the third owner of his TurboGrafx 16. He's still best friends with the original owner. He was there when he got it. That's awesome, man. That's awesome. Oh, dude shoots fast. A lot of people coming up out of the quicksand there. I didn't mean to grab that. Supposed to be like a scorpion. Alright, you gotta shoot him when his arms are open. That boss is like detailed as hell though, like that big purple eye he has. Looks pretty awesome. Oh, his eye changes color as you shoot him. Gonna read y'all's comments for a second. Love that music. Oh, that's cool. Shmup Junkie said he was the only one that had one. Turbo Graphics when he was growing up. That was like me with the Dreamcast. Nobody had a Dreamcast except for me. And honestly, I think that Dreamcast had been traded around so many times because uh, I had traded it to somebody else, and then I ended up getting the same one back. It had the same box and everything, like it had recognizable marks and stuff on it, and I knew that it was the same exact one. So that one Dreamcast got passed around between I don't know how many kids, but I've still got the same one from 20 years ago, and I traded it, and it ended up coming back to me the same exact console. Oh, and it had the same games with it too that I traded it with, so I knew it had to have been the same one. But really love the Dreamcast too. Yeah. God. That one was pretty tough. I like this music a lot too. Oh, getting game overs already on this one. All right, Cassius has got to go for a bit. He might be back. Well, thanks for coming by, man. I'm glad you're able to come by for a bit. See if I can do any better on this time. That laser does look badass though. Damn it. I think I agree with you guys. I think this is the hardest one. Damn it. Starting over from the beginning too. Ah, damn. That blue laser sucks here. I just kept shooting him and still ended up dying. Alright. This one is kicking my ass. Alright. Y'all are talking about the ease games. Now, I haven't played the old ones. I do have a PC Engine. I haven't played those games yet, but I definitely want to. I want to check those out. And I've been like debating on whether to get the US versions or the Japanese versions, or just get both of them. Um, I think I'm gonna give this one more shot, and if I can't make any more progress, then we'll start on the next game. That wasn't good at all, was it? That part's a little bit tricky too, because you have to shoot those things first before they... like they track you until you shoot them. Alright, well, I made it past that part this time. You can't destroy those with your probe things or whatever. Satellites, I mean. Well, guys, I'm not doing so hot on this one, so I think here in a minute we'll switch over to another game. But I am out of beer again, so I have to go take a break for a minute. But I'll be back in just a second. It won't take too long. I'll be right back, and hopefully some music will play here for you guys in the background. Yeah, there we go. Alright, I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back, guys. Alright, and Shmup Junkie's gotta go, but hey man, thank you for coming out. Good to have you here, and hope to see you again in the future, man. And enjoy those Chinese soap operas. Wallet out of my pants here because it's hurting my butt. So, we're gonna get into the next game and do Final Soldier. And if you guys are wondering too, I have this set up on my EverDrive here. I've got it set up like this, separated between TurboGrafx and PC Engine. Got some ROM hacks, homebrew stuff, and anytime I want to just play shooters and that's it, I just go to genre and shoot 'em up, and it has all of them. You can even sort it by 2-player shoot 'em ups, horizontal, vertical. Then there's rail shooter, and I don't think there is any rail shooters on the PC Engine. Well, maybe something like Afterburner or something, maybe, but almost chose the wrong one. I was almost about to play Final Blaster. Alright, music will have to come down a little bit on this one. But this is a badass game. I love this one. I love the presentation and how messages come up on the screen like that right there. And when you're seeing it on a CRT, it has a more vivid kind of appearance, I guess. It's kind of hard to describe it. But if you're seeing it on a CRT, it's like even better, you know. One of these days, I want to get this thing RGB modded. So hopefully sometime this year I'll be able to do that. Mark Smith says, Afterburner or Space Harrier? Yeah, Space Harrier would be one of them. Daniel F says, play Steam Hearts. I joke. We might play it one day. That's another game I haven't beaten yet. It's kind of hard. And the loading times aren't really so good, you know, on that game. Like, I've played it a few times, but, sorry about that. Just making sure there's no echo from my TV, because my TV's up kind of loud. I don't think there's any echo there. And we got Ring Fit Master here. What's up, man? Good to see you. See, like that effect right there, like where the text comes up. I love how it does that. And the when you're going into a boss, it pops up, you know, with the warning. And on this game in particular, I really love how the end of the levels are, how it just like kind of like closes in like this, and it's almost like a, I don't know, it reminds me of like a warp speed type of thing that it does, but it's awesome. Really love this game. Mark Smith says the color and scan lines make pixel art look different since these games were developed for CRTs. I have two, however, they're too big to set up where I live. I miss my games on CRT. Yeah, man, I know what you mean. It's like there for a long time. I didn't have room for one either, and I've had one set up now for probably about 3 years, and I finally got this one a couple months ago that has component input, so I'm really happy with this one. I've definitely invested a lot of money, in a G-Comp switch and a ton of HD Retrovision cables. I'm still waiting on 3 or 4 cables to come, but eventually, like, damn near my whole setup will be component here pretty soon. I can't wait to see what this one-chip Super Famicom looks like with component cables as well. That's what I'm really looking forward to. I mean, it looks great with regular composite cables, but can't wait to see what it looks like. Greenfit Master says, don't speak of load times unless you own a Neo Geo CD or a Hyperscan. God, the Hyperscan, yeah, I remember that. Mark Smith says, Super Nintendo and Super Famicom look like magic, bro. I'm sure they do, man. I've had a lot of people tell me that it looks amazing on component. And even like this music, dude, like this music's just so badass. Like, it's like one of the greats, you know. Like, in my opinion, anybody that's a shoot 'em up fan, whether you have a PC Engine or you emulate it, or it's like you kind of owe it to yourself to play these games, because they're really some of the best. As far as, that generation goes, of course there's really amazing games too in the 32-bit era. But, for like this time frame, the Soldier series are like some of my favorite ones, really. I'd love to see like shooter games like this come back. I didn't really mean to grab that. The green weapon's okay sometimes, but I don't use it too often. Get this back. I don't know if y'all can see that. I kind of waited too long to say something, but it looked like it said dick on that thing. Alright, so the mid-boss is dead now. We're going through the latter half of the level. You don't look like it says dick. There we go. There's that screen I was talking about again. Hey, Brandon Cruz is here. What's up, man? Good to see you. As soon as I finish up the boss battle here, I'll check the comments. Alright, there we go. Pause this for a second. Oh, that's awesome, Mark. I didn't know that Pelican made anything like that back in the day. I still have one of the older Pelican system selectors, or that's what they used to call them. But I think it's just composite only. But that's pretty cool. I didn't know they made one that had composite S video and component. Oh, Brandon says he was just playing Gunhed a little while ago. Awesome, dude. Yeah, you can't go wrong with those games at all. Ring Fit Master says, I'm not very good at space shooters, but I would love to see them come back from AAA or AA developers. However, I don't think paying 70 American or 90 would be too expensive. Yeah, I mean, that's another thing about it is, even like Shmup Junkie was saying in his last video, it's like, you know, the people that really, love that genre and want to support it and want to keep seeing games like we should, we should pay, full price for those games because that's how the developers are going to make money to keep on doing it. So I definitely agree there. I think they're worth the money. If it's a good shooter, support the developer and, pay for it. I mean, I'm kind of guilty of sometimes, with a lot of the indie games and stuff, I don't want to pay more than a few bucks, so I'll wait till they go on sale or whatever. But there's quite a few of them though that I wouldn't mind paying full price at all for them. Oh, that's awesome, Mark. Yeah, I had no idea that Pelican made one like that. Daniel F says Sapphire was worth every penny I paid. How much did you pay for it though? Did you buy it years ago or recently? Like, there's no way, like me personally, there's no way I could ever spend like $1,200 or something on that game. There's no way. That I'd go like bankrupt or something. But honestly though, that's probably one of my like holy grail type of games would be Sapphire. I know a lot of people would say something probably like Panzer Dragoon Saga, but for me, I don't really care about that. I've been planning on picking up the Japanese version. It typically goes for around, you know, between $50 and $60 on average. So, eventually I'll pick up a copy of that. I mean, if you really wanted to as well, you could get, one of the pseudo Saturn parts and just be able to, uh, burn a disc of it, of the American one, or get a repro. But with Sapphire, it's a Japanese exclusive, and there's really not any cheaper way to get it, unless you get a repro. Um, but I mean, I kind of think repros are good things because specifically for rare low print games like that, you know, I could definitely support some high quality repros, but I know there's some companies out there, that are kind of shady with all that stuff, so that's another aspect of it. Um, really though, if you think about it, the companies that hold the IPs for a lot of these games, they're kind of dumb for not making repros of it themselves and just selling it, as like an official release, because that's money in their pockets if they ever wanted to do it. And with Konami owning Hudson and like everything that Konami owns and everything that Hudson had, like it's kind of a shame really that Konami's not doing anything with anything now. Um,
Alien approaching. Alien approaching.
Aliens are approaching. All right. Now the second boss is dead, and we got Sweet Like Sugar here. How's it going? See that's the animation I was talking about. I absolutely love that. Going into the next level, that's like the coolest thing ever. Yeah, that's true, Brandon. At least Sapphire was on the PC Engine TurboGrafx Mini. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I could see that too. Sweet Like Sugar, like why the larger companies wouldn't want to do it. It would be probably, pennies compared to new titles, but at the same time, some of these games are putting out are so bad, it might actually sell better than some of the newer titles. Depending on what it is. Um, but they could partner with another company, like you're saying, they could. I mean, I don't see why they don't. I mean, retro is like such a big thing. Um, yeah, there's such a community for it that like it would sell, especially like official re-releases of a lot of these games, it would definitely sell, you know. Um, hell, it might even sell better than some of their AAA stuff, you know. I don't think we'll ever see it happen, unfortunately, but It'd be cool if they did, but what I would actually like to see, rather than them doing something like that, is just actually bringing some of these IPs back. You know, that's what I would really prefer to see. Um, Because I mean, if you look at Konami, you know, what's the last good Castlevania we got? Probably, um, you know, as far as like a standard style Castlevania, like an old school Castlevania style, would probably be, um, you know, Castlevania: The Adventure Rebirth on the Wii. I think at that point, all the DS games had already been made. Um, Daniel F says, I would like if they made a 32-bit shooter. Yeah, dude. I'd love to see something like that happen. Really? Brandon says M2 developed that Castlevania The Adventure Rebirth as well. Damn, I had no idea. I didn't know that at all. I thought Konami developed that in house, but I haven't really looked into that game besides playing it, you know. Um, I got you, Ring Fit Master. Yeah, I see. I can see what you're saying. Um, yeah, I think between 50 and 60 is reasonable. Um, but you know, a lot of these releases are only coming out in Japan, so there is, you know, kind of the import aspect of it. Because some of these games, I mean, even like the LS collection, the standard edition, I think it was like, well, like 75 or 80. Um, you know, like if you convert it from yen, it was about 75 or 80. But I mean, I did have a pre-order for mine. I ended up having to cancel it, but I am going to pick that up as soon as I can. And you know, I would definitely pay that much for that game because you know it's got like 5 games on it plus a brand new game. So I think it's well worth it. You know, well worth the price point. But with me, you know, I mainly only collect import games now, anyways. So I kind of think of it in the way that, you know, if something new comes out that I really want and I want to import it, you know, it might cost a little bit more, but it's definitely going to be worth it, you know. I still have my Cotton Reboot pre-ordered, so hopefully I should be getting that as soon as it comes out, when it ships and everything. I love this music too. Alright, sub boss is down. And that the stage design in this game is just amazing. Really, like really fun. That was fun.
Alien approaching.
Aliens are approaching. Oh, that laser is cracking too. Ah, well, at least I beat him. Wasn't grateful, or graceful. It wasn't graceful, but I beat him. And I love this level. How are you going over top of the city and everything? I think I love any kind of level like this, you know, in any kind of game. Reading y'all's comments and stuff here. Ring Fit Master says, "Sorry guys, I'm nothing's better than Castlevania 64." Mark Smith says, I'm a fan in spite of its jankiness. That's how much I love Castlevania." I would probably be exactly the same way, to be honest, because I haven't had a chance to play them. I know there's two on the 64, and I know the second one is kind of just like they just fixed some bugs in it, I guess. Basically, it's just a better version. Uh, Castlevania 64, from what I understand, anyways. I've never actually played that one. One of the few games I haven't played, but I'd play it just to see what it's like, honestly, because I'm still to this day like obsessed with that series. So I'd definitely give it a shot. Um, yeah, Konami definitely needs to start doing something, man. I don't know what their deal is. The same thing with Sega. Like Sega has so much stuff that they could bring back, and I don't know why they don't. Like they should literally just let Sonic sit on the back burner for about 6 years, enough time for them to actually develop a good game, a good Sonic game, and let other teams at Sega work on other stuff. You know, make a new, Streets of Rage, make a new Golden Axe, make a new Shinobi. Um, you know, I think they really need to go back to their roots, because I mean Sega is still like a AAA developer, I mean, instead of focusing everything on like Yakuza and Sonic, you know, I think they should make, you know, some more retro type of stuff. Daniel F says, when we get in the Mahjong stream, that'd probably be the most boring thing ever. I have no idea what I'm doing in those games either. The Wii U Virtual Console. Um, did the Wii U actually have PC Engine games? I'm just curious because I have a Wii U, but I don't think I ever really paid attention if they had TurboGrafx or PC Engine games on there. I know they did on the original Wii, but I don't know about the Wii U. Oh, that's cool. I had no idea. That's awesome. Yeah, I've still got my Wii U right here. It's right here in front of me. Ring Fit Master says Capcom is guilty too. It seems like Capcom is only interested in Resident Evil. Yeah, I mean, well, I mean, for right now though, I mean, when you're talking about Capcom, I mean, like that's probably their biggest, like, best-selling IP at this point, like currently, you know. Um, so I mean, of course they're going to keep on with Resident Evil, but you know, I mean, at least we are getting the retro collections, like the arcade collections, that they're putting out. I mean, at least they're doing something. They're putting out something for us here. You know, but I'm gonna get back to this level. We're gonna see this awesome cityscape that we're gonna be going over. Think I got my speed up a little bit too high on this. Maybe I need to turn it down to 2. Ah. Ah. Them guys are a little bit tricky. The only thing about bombs in this one is basically like you don't really have bombs. You have like it just uses your like every time you get a power up, it just uses like all the power ups that you've had to make a bomb, and then you go back to like being pea shooter. So it's kind of like in this game, it doesn't really pay to use a bomb unless you just absolutely have to. And most of the time, with how I play games is for shooter games is I'll wait till the last split second anyways to even try to hit the button. So I'm probably gonna get hit no matter what I do. Nightwolf 1975's here. What's up, man? He says, were there ever new pitfalls after the Atari 2600? I honestly don't know. Daniel says, what's your favorite game on the PC Engine, and what's your favorite shooter on the console? Well, I haven't played all the games yet. You know, I'm still trying to play through everything. I think these games right here are definitely some of my favorites on the entire system. I really love all the soldier games. As far as the shoot 'em up goes, I really like these. I like Arizonk quite a bit. I really like Spriggan. I think Spriggan's an amazing game. The second one is okay, but I think the only thing that's kind of like a turn off for me is just like the cutscenes, or not really cutscenes, but like the conversations that stop the gameplay, like in the middle of the missions. I don't really like that part of it. I think it breaks up the gameplay way too much. I know a lot of people prefer that one over the first one, but I don't know. That's the only gripe for me, is that it's I don't really like how they have lengthy conversations in the middle of, you know, trying to play a shoot 'em up game. It was just kind of I didn't really like that part. But it's not a bad game. It's just not really my style. Um, but as far as my favorite kind of stuff, though, I mean, I haven't played like all the games yet, so I can't really give like a definitive answer. But I would say for sure that like these games in particular are some of my favorites on the system. Star Parodier is another one. I love that game. Um, yep, Nightwolf. Yeah, we had Shmup Junkie in here earlier. Brandon Wallace is here. What's up, man? I don't know if I said what's up before, but glad to see you here. He says there was a pitfall on the Sega Genesis. Um, and Ring Fit Master, he's got a bunch of pitfall games. Awesome. Nightwolf says he beat Star Parodier with his core graphics first play of it. And Brandon Cruz has got to head out. Well, hey Brandon, thank you for coming out. It's been a lot of fun, and hope to see you again, man. I love this background right here too. Ah, maybe the background's distracting me too bad. Yeah, I can't wait to like start getting some more like music gear and recording gear and stuff like that, because I really want to come up with like tracks like kind of like this, like something you'd hear in like 8-bit games and 16-bit games, you know. Alright, coming up on the boss now.
Alien approaching.
This is a pretty kick-ass boss. This is a killer track. Alright, got the mid boss. Alright. Screwed up there. I definitely need to practice these more. I mean, I'm not doing terrible at them, but not doing good enough to get like a 1cc or anything like that. But you can easily recognize this part from the last game too. It even had the same enemies like that coming out from behind the asteroids. God damn. And I dodged right into that crap. Well, and I missed a ton of comments here. I'm gonna give this one more shot. Maybe I shouldn't have done that, but at least I didn't get hit. There we go. Earned another life. That's a good thing. Damn it. That gets kind of tricky right there because you have that rainbow bullet thing, whatever you want to call it, that starts following you around, and then you end up running into other stuff trying to get away from it. See, like right there, couldn't really do anything. Can't use a bomb. I don't have any power-ups. I just ran into a bullet I didn't even see. Well, I'm probably not gonna get too much farther in this one tonight, guys. But we still got more games to play. So I am officially out of beer, and I'm gonna take a break for a quick second. I'll be back. We're gonna start some Soldier Blade. And then if we have enough time, we might actually play some Star Parodier as well, because I know that is kind of part of the series. So we might play that one as well. But I'll be back in just a few minutes, guys. Alright guys, I'm back. Thank you all for waiting. And I'm stocked up on beer again, so I'm good to go probably another hour. Just reading y'all's comments and everything here. Looks like I missed a ton of them. Might have to scroll up a little bit. Oh, y'all have been talking a lot. That's a good thing. Y'all are talking about Neo Geo, PS1, Saturn, all kinds of stuff. Well, at least we got the retro love here. You know, that's what this channel is about. So, one thing I did want to mention real quick. Actually, I'll switch to my other screen because I'm probably going to talk to you guys for a few minutes anyways. So, what I want to do for 100 subscribers is I'm going to make my own Discord that everybody can join, and I'm gonna make an emoji club thing, basically, you know, like a YouTube membership thing, so you can have custom emojis. I've already made an awesome one. Most of you guys have probably already seen it in the Sorrow Crew and the Shmup Junkie Discord. The ship, the space shooter ship animation thing, and so that's gonna be one of them. And that's going to be the first of many that I'm going to be making. I haven't really had a chance to make any more yet, but by the time we get to 100 subscribers, I should have quite a few already made. Right now, I'm working on some logos for some people that I know and trying to help them out, and also working on some of my own projects as well. But hopefully pretty soon, we'll get to 100 subs, and we'll have some pretty cool stuff to go along with the channel. And I'm trying to look at anything that was, if any of you guys asked me any questions. Daniel F says, which console got the better shooters, PC Engine or Saturn? That's such a tough one. That's such a tough question, because that's why I love the PC Engine and the Saturn so much. Like, honestly, I've said this on stream before. If I had to get rid of my entire collection and only keep like one or two systems, I'd definitely be keeping the PC Engine and the Saturn. Because I don't really know which one I could choose. Like, when I started learning Japanese, that's when I got into import games. I didn't get into import games before then, because I always thought, like, well, I can't read Japanese, so why would I want to get into that type of stuff? Which now, you know, back then I didn't know that, you know, a lot of these games, I mean, there's probably hundreds of them you can play without really needing to know Japanese at all. But I didn't really know much about it or look into it, you know. So it was probably about 4 or 5 months after I'd been studying Japanese, and I thought, you know, I want to get a Japanese console, and I narrowed it down to either PC Engine or Saturn, and I ended up getting the Saturn first, because as far as just getting the system, it was a lot cheaper to get into, you know, because I was thinking, well, if I get a PC Engine, I'd rather have a Duo or a Duo R, and it's going to need work done to it probably, so I ended up getting the Saturn first, and I've probably got about 20 games or so now for the Saturn. I got mine 2 years ago, and I've got some heavy hitters. I do have some expensive games. Most of them are like cheaper type of games, but I do have some more expensive ones like Symphony of the Night and Tokyo Gurentai. I've got You know, some of them that are, you know, getting up in price now. And for the PC Engine, I got that this year, and I don't have a big collection for it yet. I've probably got maybe 10 games or so for it so far. But you know, like I said, if I had to let go of everything else and just keep like one or two systems, it'd definitely be the PC Engine and the Saturn. I want to collect, you know, every shooter I possibly can on those systems. You know, at least the ones that are, you know, still halfway reasonably priced. You know. Hey, Cassius is back, backish, somewhat back. Well, good, man. I'm glad you were able to come back, man. Mark Smith says you're close. Yeah, we're really close. We're really close to 100 subs. Almost getting there. Mark Smith asked, what is the white console with the green cart sticking out of it on your table? That's actually a Retron 2. It's not the HD model. It's the Retron 2. It only has composite and S-video outputs. And it plays an NES, Super NES, Famicom, and Super Famicom games. And I've actually got, what's in here right now is Rockman 3 hooked up to the Hyperkin NES to Famicom, or Famicom to NES adapter. And so that's working pretty decent for me right now. Eventually I do want to get like an AV Famicom, or maybe I'll probably, at this point, I'll probably just get a retro USB AVS. Instead of getting any of the older stuff, I'd probably just get that because it'd be so much easier to stream with, you know. Alright, well, I think I'm caught up on the comments. If there's anything I didn't read, feel free to, you know, put it in there again if any of y'all had questions or anything. And we're actually going to change the game here. So we're going to change it to Soldier Blade. I think I'm going to have to see, this is a weird thing that happens right here. So you see the screen went black. The only fix I have for it is I have to go over to the RetroTink and I have to unplug the video wire, which is either the green or the yellow, plug it back in, and then it'll start working. So I have no idea why it does this type of stuff, but hopefully this will fix it. It typically does. The only thing I can do to fix it most of the time. So hopefully that works. And it did. It worked. So I have no idea why it does that. I've had a ton of hiccups with my setup, you know, with trying to stream, so definitely looking to upgrade all that stuff within a couple months or so. And now it's time to start Soldier Blade. And this intro, it went off. Okay, well, you try it again. And now it's not coming back on. Yeah, I have these weird issues sometimes. I have no idea why it does this. There we go. But anyways, what I was trying to say before my system decided to take a shit. I love that intro, that music and everything. In my opinion, one of the best intros ever for a video game. Yeah, Nightwolf. Yeah, dude, the analog duo, that's a hell of a deal for 200 bucks. I think personally, even if you own, a duo or a duo R, I think it's still worth it because for one thing, you're getting the arcade card built in, and you're getting HDMI out. So if you ever want to stream it, it's going to be so easy, just to plug it into your capture card and stream it, you know, and be able to play everything, in 1080p on, a big TV. So I think it's definitely worth it. I can't wait for it to come out. Cassia says the Turbo EverDrive does the same thing to his. Well, maybe I don't know, because it's like, it's not just this, it's like no matter what system I use, whether it's Saturn or the Wii or anything, PlayStation 2, it doesn't even matter. It's like, I always had these weird kind of hiccups with it. But, yeah, hopefully the pre-order is not going to be that bad. Dave Carr is still here, and thank you for coming by, man. I think that this is the first time I've seen you here, so welcome to the channel, and thank you for coming by and watching. Yeah, Mark Smith, that's right. The Analog Duo also plays Super Graphics games, so I mean, unless you want to drop $400 on a Super Graphics to play the five exclusive games it had on that system, buy an Analog Duo because it's a lot cheaper. I mean, I don't currently own any of the analog consoles. I wish I would have jumped on them, back then, whenever they first came out. Like now I really want the Analog Super NT and stuff like that, but it's just too expensive right now on eBay. But hopefully they'll do another run of those and I can get my hands on one eventually, because that'd be great for streaming too, and but with this one, with the PC Engine one that they're coming out with, I mean, I'm probably more hyped for that one than any other one that they've come out with so far. Yeah, I don't think I want that Mega engine, considering who it's coming from, and we don't really know what kind of tech is going to be in there yet. I don't know if it's going to be FPGA or not either. Yep. PCE works in the cloning business now too. the Mega engine, it sounds like something from China. Awesome. So Dave Carr is a new subscriber. Well, thanks for subbing, man. I don't have all my notifications and stuff set up in the stream. I think the only thing I have set up is like for donations. If it goes off, then I'll know that somebody donated. But I got to get all that set up. With the computer I'm using right now, I'm kind of afraid to put all those notifications in there because I'm afraid it'll just like make the stream kind of crash and be all pixelated and everything. But Um, I do plan on upgrading, the whole setup within, the next 2 or 3 months. Um, I'll definitely have a way better setup and be able to do more things on the stream. And we got Super Boo here. What's up, man? Thanks for coming by. Glad you were able to make it. And we're gonna get into Soldier Blade. So I've probably played this one more than any of the other games. There was just something about this one that kept me coming back. And I played this one quite a bit. But it's an amazing game. Just like all the other ones that we played tonight, You really can't beat these games. I mean, they're just amazing. I'd love to see a collection of these come out, like for the PS4 and Switch and stuff like that. Or well, I guess maybe I should say the PS5. I guess maybe it's kind of surreal, I guess, that we're even in the era that we have a new PlayStation and Xbox, The boss time. I'll be back. And he does. We fight him at the end of the level. Got an extra life there. All right, got stage one. I'm gonna pause this for a second because I've missed a ton of comments. The Yeah, I mean, as far as like the analog duo compared to the analog pocket pre-orders, I think I've said this before on streams, but I mean, the way I look at it is like if they make as many of the analog duo as they did the analog pocket, then there should be enough stock theoretically, just because with the analog pocket, it plays a ton of different handheld consoles. Most people are probably buying that thing for Game Boy stuff because everybody knows what a Game Boy is. A lot of people don't know what a TurboGrafx or a PC Engine is, so that's just my rationality, I guess, on it. Is you know, I think the pre-orders could be potentially better than the analog pocket just because of that reason. Um, Yeah, you have to be a mod to be able to post any type of links. Uh, Daniel F says, "Spread the word. Tell everybody to buy a Mega Engine." And Nightwolf, he has on his Twitter account, he posted some links about it, about the Mega Engine. Cassius said the same thing I did. He says it's surreal that we're at the PS5. I still remember the day I got my PS1. Yeah, man. Same here. It's like, I got my PS1 when I was, well, like seven, 7 or 8 or something like that. Um, More than 20 years ago. And it's pretty crazy to think about it, how much has been done since then. We got Funky Cold Medina here. What's up, man? He's from the Kid Shoryuken crew as well. He says, I'm going to have to ask Kid Shoryuken to find me a PC Engine. I'm sure he can, man. I'm sure he sees them at probably every game store he goes to. I'm sure he could find you one, man, if you ask him. Just make sure you know which model you want and stuff like that, and I'm sure he could pick one up for you. Cassia says, I do have to say though, my thick TG16 with the CD add-on is pretty thick. I'm sure it is. The Nicorus is here. Hey man, thanks for stopping by. Um, he says, I really want that pocket. He says, 7, I was in college. Darn, I feel old. Hey man, I feel old now, and I'm 31, and I feel like an old bastard. To be honest, my back's messed up, my neck's messed up. I know I feel like crap half the time. The times I feel the best is when I'm sitting here drinking a beer, talking to you guys and playing some games. Greenfit Master says, "Are you getting or any of you guys getting the KFC console this year?" Uh, that thing's probably going to be a lot of money. It's basically a computer. I don't know if you guys have been able to check out Review Tech USA's video of that, but he's saying what type of computer that's in there, it'd probably be about $2,000. So I don't know, but Daniel F says the PC Engine IFU, which is short for interface unit, best looking setup in my opinion. Yeah, I like it. I actually prefer. I think the coolest looking setup for me personally would probably be the Core Graphics 2 and the Super CD system, or the Super CD-ROM system 2 that goes into it. But I've heard that one has the most problems out of any of them. Like that CD drive, I've heard that has the most problems. Um, Cassius says my first PS1 game was Battle Arena Toshinden. Really? That's awesome, dude. Cassius says I think we're all old here. Yeah, getting there anyways. Most of us. Rover's here. What's up, Rover? Glad you're able to make it. Mark Smith says he still has his in its original box for about the last 20 years. Nightwolf says at 31 you're feeling old. Yeah, I've had kind of a rough life. it started. I started feeling old before I got out of high school. When I turned 18, things went downhill pretty fast for quite a few years. So yeah, I've got long hair now, but I don't know how long that's gonna keep up. I'm surprised I ain't bald by now. Cassius says, and it keeps your chicken warm. Yeah, I know. That's crazy, man. It's crazy they're coming out with something like that. But they've done weird stuff in the past before, like making the logs you put in the fireplace that smell like KFC. They did that last year or the year before last, I think. Um, Rover says, "Hey, good people." Mark Smith says the rear mounted Super CD units are indeed the least reliable. Yeah, that's what I've heard too. They look awesome though. I think that setup looks awesome. Um, Nightwolf says, "Did anybody know Atari released a console recently?" Yeah, that I don't know a whole lot about it. To be honest with you, but I mean I've kind of watched videos talking about it for a few years. Um, the VCS, it finally came out. It's having problems too, from what I've seen. I've watched a few videos about it, and we got a donation from Rover. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate that a lot. Um, any little bit helps the channel, and I appreciate it, man. Um, Nightwolf says my hairline's still good at 45. Hey, keep it going, man. That's awesome. But I guess I've been talking for a while, so I'm gonna finish this beer and we'll actually get to playing some of this game. I've been sitting here talking for a little bit, but yeah, I'm excited for the analog consoles. All that type of stuff that's coming out. Um, if I can possibly get a pre-order, I'll definitely be getting that. I really don't care about getting any of the new stuff at all this year, unless it's a game I might want to get, but typically the stuff I get is usually like first party Nintendo stuff most of the time. If it's going to be something really good. I mean, I'm not talking about like, Mario and Sonic at the Olympics or, you know, something like that. I mean, like good Nintendo games. Which some of those games might be decent now. I don't know. I haven't played them, but the good Nintendo games anyways. And they're not going to go on sale for, you know, years anyways. So you're going to pay full price for them at launch or 2 years down the road anyways. So Like you might as well just get those when they come out if you really want them. Mario and Sonic at the Olympics is OP though. Yeah, for the Olympics, I guess they would be pretty OP. Yeah, I don't use any of that Rogaine stuff. I'd already be bald by now. Because that's the thing. If you use that stuff, um, if you stop using it, like you'll go bald. So it's like they got your money because it's a never ending supply of it you have to get. You know, so I've got some more natural ways and different things I've found over the years. But but this is going to be a great year for shoot 'em ups. You know, we just got the Aleste collection. I can't wait to get my hands on that too. As soon as I get that game, we're going to be streaming it definitely. We're probably doing quite a bit of streams of that game in the near future. You know, as soon as I can get my hands on it, we'll definitely be streaming Cotton Reboot when it comes out. The Aleste Branch when that comes out. That'll probably be more towards the end of the year, I'd say. But you know, there's going to be a lot of awesome stuff coming out this year. I'm mostly excited to see, you know, what Nintendo stuff is going to come out. You know, are we going to get Metroid Prime 4? Are we going to get Shin Megami Tensei 5? You know, things like that. You know, I'm just kind of excited for what's going to come out. No More Heroes 3. I'm definitely excited for that. I love the hell out of those games. I thought about downloading the ones on the Switch, like the remastered ones, but I don't think they really look that good, to be honest with you. Like, I think the PS3 uh, version that came out looks better than those. And the PS3 version, it's kind of like both games put together. It's like they took all the best bosses and stuff like that in it and put it all into one game. And I don't have that anymore, but I used to have it years ago, and I never actually played the originals on the Wii and stuff like that. I always played those on the PS3 because that's the first one I had, and I really enjoyed it. I loved the hell out of those games, and but even that PS3 one is actually going up in price right now. Mark Smith says, I heard they might release a Western version of the LS collection. It's a good possibility. There are some things kind of pointing towards maybe, you know, releasing that in the West, so it's definitely a possibility. Nightwolf says, speaking of Smoke Junkie and shooters, I was really impressed how quickly he launched and grew the channel. I know, dude, like, well, he went from 1,000 subs to like almost 2,500 subs, like within a month or two. You know, like his channel is growing rapidly, but his videos are amazing though. You know, like I wish I could edit videos and do the type of stuff that he's doing, but I just can't do it. Like, well, I probably could do it, but it'd take forever for me to even learn how to even do some of those techniques that he's doing. You know, um, so he's an awesome dude, man. I really love his content. Really, some of his videos on YouTube, uh, they're really high production quality, and it's pretty amazing, dude. Pretty inspiring as well to watch his videos. He Nightwolf says, I thought he was just going to be a PC Engine shooters channel, but he didn't want to limit focus. Yeah, yeah, that's the thing is like you can't really you're gonna run out of stuff to do after a while. You know, you're gonna run out of videos to make because you've already covered everything, you know, like that. So Um, even with this channel, like sometimes we're gonna play newer stuff, um, but most of the time it's gonna be indie stuff because I don't really get into a lot of the AAA games of today's time. I just don't really, I don't have a lot of interest in them. Um, so I mostly play indie games, or even like indie shoot 'em up games, on the Switch. I probably have like 55 shooters on my Switch right now, you know, and so we'll be playing some newer stuff, but a lot of it's going to be retro, and most of it's going to be import gaming stuff too. So we've been doing a series here recently of playing Captain Rainbow, which is very text heavy, uh, Japanese exclusive game on the Wii. I've really enjoyed playing it, um, and we're probably going to play it one or two more times because I think I got the bad ending the last time I played it. So I'm at least going to give it probably one or two more playthroughs to try to finish everything in the game and actually get the good ending. Um, but I really enjoy playing stuff like that on stream. Um, I think we're gonna do more RPGs like that in the future. Currently, we're doing Paper Mario: The Thousand Year Door um, on Thursday nights, and this weekend I actually did it Thursday and Friday because I wanted to make more progress in the game. But what I'm trying to do as far as streams right now is I want to play, some more different stuff, like an RPG or some type of long game. Then on Fridays, do something else a little bit different. Another game that we might have to play a few times to beat it. And then on Saturdays, do a stream like this where it's all like shoot 'em ups and retro games and stuff like that, which it's pretty much all at this point been retro games, all 3 days of the week that I stream. But I at least want one day out of the week to be, like a shoot 'em up thing. And I do run the Ultimate Tate mode stream as well. I'm just waiting for a better computer to be able to do those because I've streamed a lot of the console stuff that I have already quite a bit. So I want to get a better build going, so I can actually do stuff on MAME and Steam shooters to where it looks better. It doesn't look pixelated or anything like that. And so that's kind of what I'm waiting on. But within the next couple months, 2 or 3 months, I should have an awesome computer built, and we'll definitely be doing the Ultimate Tate mode stream a lot more. Who knows? It might even be a weekly thing, because I really love that layout. I don't know really how a lot of other people feel about it, but I don't think there's anybody else on YouTube, doing that the way I've been doing it as far as the Tate mode streams, and I really like doing it that way, and hopefully everybody else likes it as well. But I'm just gonna read some of y'all's comments. I've been talking for a while about other stuff. Reluctant Hero says, "Yeah, I've been following Smoke Junkie on Instagram for over a year, watching him go from the PC Engine Mini review to where he is now has been awesome. Yeah, he blew up, man, and I hope he blows up way bigger because his channel is awesome. Like his videos are so high quality, high production value. Like even as a YouTuber, you know, I'm extremely inspired by his videos and what he's already done, and I've told him that. I mean, he's doing awesome work, man, and I want to get to the point myself to where I'm able to actually do edited videos and content kind of like he's doing, just that kind of production value. That's something I definitely want to work on in the future and have it perfected by at least during this year. Sometime want to be putting out some like good quality videos and along with the streams that I'm doing. Daniel F says, "Have you ever tried Gekkeishi Boy on PC Engine? Say it's an interesting game is an understatement. It sounds familiar, and I think I have played it, but be honest with you, it's not ringing a bell in my head right now. But I'll probably know it as soon as I see it. I'll have to check it out. You've got me curious about it now." Mark Smith says, "The more support for Shmups, the better. His timing for his kind of content is right, and there is so much to cover between the older and newer games who have content for a long time to come." Yeah, very true, very true. Especially the kind of videos that he's doing. He's going to have a lot to be able to go back to. Including future stuff that's coming out and current stuff. There's so much stuff in the backlog, in the history of retro games to go back to as far as shooters. I mean, there's a long list of games to go through. Cassia says, "I've been wanting to play through Snatcher on stream for a while now. Just need to commit." Which version is it? Are you trying to play the English version, like the Sega CD version? Daniel says, "Snatcher is awesome. I definitely tune in for that." I would too. I actually have I have two copies. I have the PC Engine version, the CD Romantic version of Snatcher, which is the only one that is uncensored, completely uncensored, and I have the Saturn version as well. Both are all in Japanese. There are differences in both of them. I like both of them from what I've played. I haven't actually beat it yet, but it's a pretty awesome game though. I do like it a lot. Reluctant Hero says, if we're talking shooters, the sweet spot for me are 8, 16, and 32-bit shooters. The whole bullet hell era hasn't been my cup of tea. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of the bullet hell stuff I don't really get into, to be honest. There is a lot of it that I actually do like, but it's not every game though. I'm kind of selective about those type of games, but I agree though that's kind of where I stand on shooters. The 8, 16, and 32-bit games. That's my jam right there. I still do like some newer stuff, but Nightwolf says, "I have this Snatcher Sega CD and the old backlog, just a timing thing, and I'm kind of lazy to work on my backlog because there's so much." Yeah, I know what you mean, man. I've got a big backlog myself. I don't have a gigantic collection, but I've got a pretty big backlog myself. Oh, that's cool. He said he beat Popful Mail. That's cool, man. That looks like an awesome game. I haven't played it yet, but Popful Mail looks like an awesome game. Cassia says, "I'm not sure. Pretty sure the uncensored PC Engine version has a translation." It probably does. I haven't really looked into it, but it probably does. A lot of those games now have translations and stuff. All right, so I'm gonna try to beat the second level here. But one thing I want to explore too is shooters on the NES and Famicom, because I never really played them growing up, and I have a couple of them now. Well, I probably have more than a couple. I probably have like 4 or 5 shoot 'em ups, and I really like all of them. So I'm kind of wanting to go, get some more, Famicom Super Famicom shooters. Alert. Oh, a little while ago we were talking about talking about the PlayStation 1 and what our first games were on it. So, my first game for the PlayStation 1 was Tekken 3. And so how this all started is my mom and my stepdad had took away all my video games away from me. And I think that lasted for about 2 years. And so I was always playing Super Nintendo constantly. Super Nintendo or Genesis, one or the other. Mostly Super Nintendo. And I had a Game Boy too. So there was an arcade in the mall, and Tekken 3 hadn't been out that long, and it seemed like every time we went, that's all I wanted to play was Tekken 3. And so, where they kind of like kept video games away from me for a while, I didn't really know like what the current stuff was or anything like that. And so I think I was 7. I'm pretty sure I was like 7 or 8 when they got me a PlayStation. And that was the game that came with it was Tekken 3. And I was amazed because I had no idea that you could even play that game outside of the arcade, you know, because I just had no idea at that time. But that was my first game. I can't believe I've already died like this already. In this game. But anyways, played Tekken 3 to death. And you know, eventually I started getting more stuff for it. Some of my favorite games are on the PlayStation 1, you know. One of them being Medieval and Medieval 2. And I have streamed Medieval during Halloween, the Halloween streams that I was doing. But I didn't actually beat the game. I would like to go back to that and actually beat it on the streams. I always really liked those games. And I didn't start getting into like RPGs and stuff like that until a few years later. Probably like not long before the PlayStation 2 was about to come out. I got really heavy into RPGs. And the first one that I really sunk a lot of time into was Final Fantasy IX. And I traded one of the kids that lived like really close to me. He was a little bit older than I was, and I traded him something for that game. I can't remember what it was now, but it was complete. It was a complete copy, but I'd been playing it forever, and he had the strategy guide with it and everything that he traded it to me, you know, and so I've been playing it to death for probably about a year, and I'd already put probably, I don't know, 200 hours or something like that, maybe more than that into it, not including all the times I died, and it didn't record that time, or if we had a power surge and I've been playing it for 3 or 4 hours and the damn power shut off, you know, so, I finally got to the last disc of the game, and the damn thing wouldn't work. and I was so pissed off about it that I couldn't play the game anymore, you know, and I just kind of got out of RPGs for a while after that because I'm like, well, if I'm gonna put in that much time, and then something stupid like that happened, and now I can't even finish it, then why even put the time into it to begin with? That's kind of how I was thinking about it. Um, Now, I did play Final Fantasy X, but that was during the time when the PlayStation 2 came out and you couldn't find a fucking memory card to save your life. And so I didn't keep that one for very long. I had it for a few months maybe, but every time I played it, like I had to start over again. So I ended up getting rid of it, and I think I got Sean Palmer's Pro Snowboarding, because at least that was more like a game. It didn't really matter if I had to start over, you know. And I didn't really get back into RPGs again until years and years later, like way after high school. And even now, I don't really like buying multi-disc games on any system because I always fucking have problems with them. Always. Like I bought a copy of Shenmue a couple of years ago, and the second disc don't fucking work on it. So I spent all that time going through, the first part of the game, and I can't even go any further. So it's kind of like, well, why even buy it, I'd almost rather emulate those games, like the multi-disc games, because it seems like I've always had problems out of them no matter what. Unless I bought them brand new or something like that, you know? But I guess my history with gaming has been it kind of been all over the place, really, for different reasons like that, you know. Sorry, trying to concentrate on this. Ah. I should just stay where I was. I panicked. There we go, finally. Just gonna read through some comments for a second. Nightwolf says, for the PC Engine Snatcher, no, there's no fan pass, only the Sega CD English. They did a fan localization for Police Knots, if that's what you're thinking of. Yeah, they did actually do translation for Police Knots. Um, Ring Fit Master says, I'm not proud of it, but most of Sega CD games I played are by burning ROMs on blank CDs. Well, can't really help it. I mean, not nowadays time. It's like unless you're just fucking loaded, like there's no way you could afford all those games. Anybody. You know, I used to be against it too. Like everybody was into the piracy thing on the Dreamcast. I never got into that at all, except for this year. I burned some games for it for the first time. You know, and mine reads the mill CDs too, and I've had the access to be able to do it all these years because I've had mine for 20 years now. You know, but I never even got into it until this year. Um, Wolf says that's okay. Everybody's a pirate now. Own it, love it, and don't deny it. Ringfit Master says it's pretty stupid how expensive Sega CD games are. For the money, I would rather spend my money on a Sega Saturn game. Yeah, I agree with you. I'm in the same boat. I was actually wanting to buy a Sega CD probably a year or two ago, and I was really, really considering buying one. And just after looking up how much hardware failures and stuff that they have with those systems, and there probably wasn't really a whole lot of games on it I want to play anyways. I was just like, nah, you know, I get something else. Mark Smith says Shenmue is known to have issues. Really, I didn't know that. He asked, "Do I have a GDMU?" Um, well, it's kind of complicated. So I bought a heavily modded Dreamcast it had a clone GDEMU in it, and it died on me the same day that I received it in the mail. So my Dreamcast right now, or I have two Dreamcasts. I have my original one actually sitting right here. It's in perfect condition, works fine. But the heavily modded Dreamcast that I bought, I sent it off for some repairs, and I found out that the GDEMU died in it, so I don't want to buy um, another GDEMU. I'm thinking about I do have the original disk drive, so I'm probably just going to pay the guy for the repairs he already did and have him ship it back to me and just use it with the regular disk drive for a while until I can afford a mode. And if I get a mode, I want to use an SSD with it, so um, I'll probably have to save up probably about $300, for a mod like that. Um, but eventually I will do that. And I actually have I've got a Japanese copy of Shenmue that Kid Shoryuken actually sent me on my last game box too. So that's another cool thing there. I was actually glad that he sent that because even if I have to play it in Japanese, I study Japanese anyway, so it doesn't really bother me um, to play it that way. So that was pretty cool. Now I have the Japanese version that came with the soundtrack and everything. Um, Ring Fit Master says, after I got a GameCube in Christmas 2001, I didn't get a memory card from my parents for almost 4 years. By the time I got one, the 360 was almost out, and I got a Mad Catz one. God damn, dude. You had to wait for 4 motherfucking years to get a memory card? Man, I don't even know what to say. That's terrible, dude. That's terrible. Nightwolf 75 says Super Star Soldier still my favorite cue card shooter for the TurboGrafx 16. Yeah, dude, I love it, man. All of them, all them shooter games. Daniel F says favorite shooter on the PC Engine has to be Sapphire. Can't wait to play it one day. It's gonna be a ROM probably. Reluctant Hero says, I'm rather found if Override. I think he's talking about Override on the PC Engine. Mark Smith says, you're better off with a Mega Drive Pro for Sega CD games. Yeah, definitely. That's what I've been wanting to get. I really want to get a Mega Drive Pro. Not only for that, but for, Master System. I don't know if it supports anything older than that, like the Mark III or any of that type of stuff. But yeah, that's another one of my plans. Is as soon as I get my taxes, and I should have like a pretty big check coming, around that time. Aside from my taxes, I plan on getting a beefy computer and going ahead and getting a Mega Everdrive Pro and an Effects Pack Pro, and I'm not sure what else I'll be able to do, at that point. But I do want to get this PC Engine RGB modded, but I also do want to get a core graphics set up and an SSD S3. So that's on the table too. But it'll probably be another year or two maybe before I get that set up. I think I'd probably rather just RGB mod this one for now. Daniel F says, "Are you going to use the mode on the Dreamcast or the Saturn?" So what my plan is I want to get two, and I want to buy another Sega Saturn. Or well, I'm not really actually sure. So one is going to go in a Dreamcast, sure. Um, I'm very interested in the Satiator thing that's going to come out for the Saturn, because you don't have to do anything to the disk drive. It goes into the VCD port, and I'm really curious to see how that works. So I'll probably actually wait on that to see, how that works and how good it does, before doing anything else to a Saturn, because I want to keep my Saturn here original. Um, but if the satiator thing just plugs into the VCD port, then I don't have to really do any mods to it. Otherwise, I would get a completely different Saturn just for the mod itself. So, Brandon Wallace says, I have a mode in my Saturn and Dreamcast, and I'm very happy with them. Hell yeah, dude. I'm sure they're awesome. I mean, everything I've seen about them, they look amazing. Mark Smith says the older consoles like the Mark III should be supported since they run on mostly the same hardware as the Master System. I'll have to look into it. I'm really interested in it. That's one of the things that interests me the most, actually, about the Analog Mega SG is not all the other features it has. The biggest thing that I'm interested in is all the adapters that you can get for it to play, those old Sega games. That's actually what is one of the biggest selling points for me. But those adapters are expensive, and I think they've been out of stock for a long time too. Um, Reluctant Hero says the satiator should be opening up to the public soon. Yeah, I'm really excited to see it. Ring Fit Master says about the memory card. Imagine 9-year-old me trying to play Paper Mario: The Thousand Year Door without dying, so I didn't have to return or restart from the beginning. Yeah, it's torture, man. That's like me trying to play Final Fantasy X, with no memory card. It's just impossible unless you leave your system on 24/7 and, like you said, don't never die. I mean, it's almost impossible. Um, Cassia says, hidden gem on the PC Engine as far as shmups, in my opinion, is Saint Dragon. Yeah, Saint Dragon's a good game. That's an arcade port, if I'm not mistaken. I've played the arcade version of that quite a bit as well on some other collections that I've had past. Reluctant Hero says, I have a Fenrir in my VA0 Saturn, and it's awesome. Yeah, I've heard good things about that one as well. Daniel F says, same, I got one Japanese Saturn with a mode, and I kept my US Saturn stock as I still want to collect the real disc. Reluctant Hero says Mega SG just sold out last week. Wow. I was waiting on that to happen. I probably should have bought one of those a few months ago instead of waiting, because I knew it would happen eventually. But yeah, and that's the thing. Like, when I bought a Saturn, I didn't buy a US one. I got a Japanese one because I knew that, like, damn near everything I want on it's going to be Japanese anyways. I mean, there's very rarely you'll see a US game that's actually cheaper than its Japanese version. One in particular is Sonic 3D Blast. That one is probably half the price or less than half the price here than it is in Japan. Crazy story about that game. They didn't release it until like the very end of the Saturn's life cycle, like almost right when Sonic Adventure for the Dreamcast was about to come out, and that's why it's more expensive. The Japanese one's actually more expensive for that one. So there are a few games that are cheaper, and I think there's maybe like 5 games for the US that were exclusive to the Saturn, but most of them aren't really anything I would really care anything about. Reluctant Hero says it's scalping time. Yeah, they're gonna do it. But hey, here's what I can't understand. You know, people are gonna sell either, whether it's these consoles or a PlayStation 5 or whatever, and they're gonna charge fucking $700 more than what it's supposed to go for, and people are gonna buy it. And I have a hard time even selling damn Super Nintendo games or Genesis games or whatever. Like, you know, it's like people want to buy it for nothing. Like they just want you to give it to them instead of paying for it. It's basically what it is. It is crazy market situation right now. But restocks during the pandemic, yeah, that's probably not very likely, because a lot of that stuff's probably being made in China anyways, and the people that got, working on that, there's probably restrictions on so many things, shipping and all kinds of other stuff, or even just warehouses shutting down. There's been a lot of stuff like that that's already happened with stuff like that recently. But I'm gonna start this level, or I'm never gonna beat it. But yeah, I guess I'll take the green. But yeah, man, here in a few months, I can't wait to upgrade some equipment and get some more stuff going. I'm really excited for that. And hopefully I'll be able to get a copy of GG pretty soon, and also the Cotton reboot. But I know by the time I get the LS collection, that everybody will have already reviewed it and shit by then. But that's alright though, because I'm mostly just wanting to stream it anyways. But that's kind of another reason I don't do reviews a whole lot too, because there's so many other channels doing it and doing it well. It's kind of like, I'm sure eventually I'll do some reviews and stuff like that, but I kind of feel like it gets oversaturated, with so many people reviewing the same game. But if we get Cotton Reboot Day 1, I might do a review of that one. Now, I know that it's based on the MSX port, from what I understand, and I haven't played that one. This weekend I was gonna try to get a bunch of MSX and Sharp X68000, like Japanese computer stuff running in my launch box, but I didn't really have time to do it. I've been working on a lot of art and stuff like that this weekend, but I would like to play that version of Cotton, just to see what it's like, you know, compared to like the PC Engine version and, you know, any other version that it has. So well, this might be a little bit hard with the pea shooter. I don't think I've done too good on this game this whole time. It'd probably be better just start the damn thing over. Cassia says I like the PC port better than the arcade. I think he's talking about Cotton, I believe. Ringfit Master says, if you do review games, what is your lowest rating? I've played some games that are so bad they go beyond the bottom of the garbage bin. I try to lower the bar for some publishers, but still disappoint. I don't know. I mean, I was actually thinking about something similar to this earlier today, like something like what's the worst game you've ever played? And it's like, be honest with you, I've been playing so many damn good games over the last couple years, like I can't even remember. Like I'd really have to sit down and think about it. or look through a list of games and, oh yeah, I remember that piece of shit. It was terrible. You know, like I get maybe my brain can only store so much data as far as that shit goes. I don't know. But I see what you're saying though. I mean, as far as having like a lower than 0 rating for some of these games, yeah, I definitely see what you mean. Nightwolf says E.T. is still what I consider my worst played game. Yeah, I've heard that one's terrible. That's been kind of a big thing, you know, that kind of started the downfall of video games in the 80s, you know what I mean? It's kind of notorious for all that, I guess. Daniel says, when are we getting the Tokimeki Memorial stream? I don't know. I've never actually played them. I don't really know anything about them. I know what they are. I know it's, you know, Konami made them, I think, and I know what game it is, but I don't know if I'd ever stream that one. Ring Fit Master says, I played worse than E.T. Be grateful. Nightwolf says, E.T. gave AVGN a plot for his movie. Mark Smith says, I still own a copy of E.T. just to torture myself every once a decade. Brandon Wallace says, I had E.T. for my Atari when I was a kid, so I didn't really know any better. But really because of that, I'm kind of fond of it. Yeah, and there's a lot of games like that. You know, if you grew up with it, you know, whether it was a good game or a bad game, or, you know, no matter what kind of game it was, it's like kind of has a nostalgia factor for it, or, you know, sometimes it could even be a, you know, like a sentimental type of thing, you know, attached to that game, you know. So I definitely get that, you know. But I've been talking for a while, guys, so I think I'm gonna take a break for a second, and when I come back, I'm gonna seriously like play this game and try to see if we can try to beat it. I don't even think I changed the name of the game here because we're playing Soldier Blade now. I'll fix that real quick. I thought I changed that last time, but but Cassius is heading out. Have a good one, man. It was good hanging out with you. But I'm gonna be back in just a couple minutes, guys. I'll be right back. Oh, I thought I had the mic unmuted. I guess I didn't mute it before I left. Sorry about that. I was reading y'all's comments. So, Greenfit Master says, I know this is generous, but I give ET a 3 out of 10. And, but that's true though. Like, the guy, he worked himself to death for that time, you know, to try to even get that game ready. So I mean, it's kind of like, what can you expect, you know, one person trying to do all that. But he said that Steven Spielberg actually gave him the okay, go forward with the game too. So there's a lot of different factors with it, with that whole story, you know. And that's on that Netflix series too. What's it called? I've already forgot what it's called now. I watched all of them. Well, I'm gonna try to beat this game. I'm gonna do my best. Oh, thanks, Mark. Yeah, he says it's called High Score. Yeah, that's it, man. That was a good series. I really enjoyed it. I'd like for him to do more episodes of that. You know, all these soldier games do feel a little bit different, especially with the weapons that you can choose from. And this one, I feel like I go back and forth between all of them quite a bit. But I'd say my favorites are probably the green and the blue lasers. The only thing is, the laser kind of sucks unless you're like level 3 power up. Hey, GT Bickerman's here. What's up, man? Hadn't seen you in a while. Hope you had a good New Year. Thanks for coming by. Nightwolf says the opposite extreme was Cyberpunk 2077. 8 years time and rushed at the last minute, resulting in another debacle that will go down in history like ET. Yeah, that's true. That is true. But I think Cyberpunk is going to turn out to be a good game. I haven't even had time to play it. I've played I got it day one, and I played it the first night I got it, and that was after streaming for about 3 or 4 hours, and I stayed up for probably another 3 hours or so playing that game. Um, and I haven't even had time to play it yet. But it seems like it runs decent enough on the Xbox One X. I mean, there are some parts that does look kind of like low res. And I've seen like a few glitches in it here and there, but it's definitely playable. I mean, it's not like it's excuse me. It's not like it's just an unplayable game, you know. But if you were trying to play it on anything else besides the newer systems, it probably looked like garbage. But on the Xbox One X, it looks pretty decent, you know. It's not the best looking game, but I think with future patches, it'll look a lot better. And another thing about it too, like people are giving CD Projekt Red a lot of shit, and I understand why. There's a lot of reasons for that right now, but you know, even if you look at The Witcher 3, The Witcher 3 was not perfect when it came out, and even after all the patches they did, there's still a shitload of glitches and stuff like that in that game. I mean, I can tell you one part of the game in particular that you can get to, and I can show it to you. That there's a place you're not supposed to be able to jump into, but it looks like you can, and it's inside of a cave. And if you jump into that place, you literally see like the fucking grid lines and everything in the game, and it looks like a psychedelic trip in the Witcher universe. You know, it looks crazy. Like, I can't even explain it. You'd have to see it for yourself. I don't know if anybody's ever had a video of that on YouTube. Maybe I should go find that place again and make a video of that. But I mean, there's a ton of glitches in The Witcher 3. I mean, it's not a perfect game at all, you know, but it's amazing for what it is. You know, it has some of the best storytelling of any game that's ever been made, you know. And I still think Cyberpunk will turn out to be, you know, an awesome game. But they did release it too early. They probably should have waited, I don't know, maybe another year. And really, as bad as it runs on the base PS4 Pro, or I mean, I'm sorry, the base PS4 and the Xbox One S, they probably should have just made it for next-gen consoles to begin with, and just be done with it, you know. That's probably what they should have done. Damn. Well, I finally beat the level, but it wasn't graceful at all. I probably should have practiced these games a little bit more before I tried to stream them. Because it's actually been a while since I've had a chance to even play these games. But I've been wanting to stream them for a long time, so I figured I'd go ahead and do it. So maybe the next time I stream these games, I will try to get some more practice in. I love this song too, man. Like this whole soundtrack's amazing. But you know, it just like these games in general, just like the feeling that it gives me, you know, knowing that like most of these games never even came out in America, and you know, it's almost like you feel lucky to even be playing this type of stuff, you know. Um, oh yeah, this fucking boss. I forgot about this dude. Ah. I have beat that boss without dying, but it takes some practice. Yeah, I agree, Mark. That I mean, the stuff that they did pull on the customers and shit, you know, it is pretty inexcusable. You know, and it's like they've said, you know, like CD Projekt Red has been the company that everybody, you know, compares, you know, all the bad developers to. You know, like, why can't you be more like CD Projekt Red? Well, it's like now they're, you know, doing stuff like this too. I mean, you know, I definitely agree. I mean, they shouldn't have released the game this year. I think they should have gave it another year and only released it on PC and next gen consoles. You know, I think that's what they should have done. Um, Nightwolf says, "Do they not have a QA testing team?" I'm sure they do. They probably just said, "Ah, fuck it, we're gonna release it now. We're gonna do it now. It's my money, and I want it now." That's probably what they did. All right, Daniel, thank you for coming by, man. It was good having you over, and hope you have a good night. Yeah, they definitely should have delayed it. I mean, it was already what fucking 8 years, in development anyways. I mean, they should have just delayed it another year. It wouldn't have hurt them. You know, I mean, fuck, look at Final Fantasy 15, which is a game I still haven't played yet because I think it looks like shit, and I'm just not really that interested in it. But a lot of people say it's a good game. You know, eventually I'll probably pick it up and play it. But I mean, it took Square fucking 10 years to make that game. You know, and it still had issues when it came out. They had to patch a lot of things with that game. I mean, they probably rebuilt that game like 3 or 4 times, you know, over that 10-year period. They had to remake it a bunch of times because newer hardware was coming out, you know, and you know, I've never played it. Maybe it is a good game. I don't know. Some people say it's an awesome game, but you know, even the new Final Fantasy, okay, like the new Final Fantasy, I will say it looks good, but it doesn't feel like a Final Fantasy game. It doesn't feel like what we would expect from Final Fantasy. It looks like they took a hell of a lot of inspiration from stuff like The Witcher and tried to make their own version of that, is what it seems like to me. It looks more like a Western developed RPG instead of a JRPG like it's supposed to be, you know, and I'm really not a big fan of it. I mean, that might turn out to be a good game. We don't really know yet, but you know, it's just, I don't really think it's it doesn't look like Final Fantasy at all. That's all I can really say. And I think I've actually said this before on some of my previous streams, you know, like as far as like Final Fantasy stuff, the people that, which it's still Square Enix, but the teams that are making like Bravely Default and Octopath Traveler and stuff like that, that to me, those are the new Final Fantasy games. Those are the new the games that should be, you know, considered like Final Fantasy games, you know, because that's really what they are essentially, except it's just you know, a little bit more modernized, you know, with Bravely Default and Octopath Traveler, because it's the same devs that did both games. You know, the combat system is, you know, definitely added on to, you know, from the traditional turn-based style. They have a lot more going on there, you know, with the Bravely and Default system and stuff like that. And the same system is in the Octopath Traveler games, they just don't call it Bravely Default. You know, but it's pretty much the same type of system. You know, but in my opinion, that's like the real Final Fantasy games, not these big AAA fucking 10-year developed games that that Square's coming out with. Like, to me, those are totally different things from Final Fantasy, you know. And I haven't even played all the original like old Final Fantasy games, you know, but I've played enough of them to know like what Final Fantasy is supposed to be, and the stuff they're putting out is not what Final Fantasy really is, you know. Like I feel like they're, with the games they're putting out, there's a lot of people that buy into it, and then there's a lot of people like me where it just kind of alienates me from even buying those Final Fantasy games, because they're not Final Fantasy. You know, they might as well just name it something else, some other type of RPG, because it's not Final Fantasy at all. They're just calling it Final Fantasy. Basically, it's just the title. You know, they're just calling it something different. But anyways, I'm gonna start over here because I kind of I guess I waited too long to continue because I was sitting there talking and it started me over. But I'm gonna try to start over and see if I can do better. Ring Fit Master says, would you like it if Final Fantasy games did something like Dragon Quest, Echoes of an Illusion of Age on the Switch? a 2D option and a 3D option. I haven't actually played that Dragon Quest, but I'm really interested in it, and I'm really interested in exactly what you're talking about, the 2D and 3D option. Yeah, I think that's awesome. I don't know if we're going to see that in another game, though. I don't know if they're going to do that again in another game, but the way I feel about Square Enix right now is like, I feel like they're trying to cater too much to the Western market, and they're losing, the charm, and they're losing the entire feel that you get from the series by doing that. Because even though like we got localized versions of the Final Fantasy games, you could tell that they were Japanese games. I mean, yeah, and Final Fantasy Remake, that's a totally different story. I played the demo of it. I don't have the game, but I really enjoyed it. I did like what I played of it. Um, but that's kind of different from, I guess, what I'm more referencing right now is just kind of like the continuation of Final Fantasy. Like what they did with 15, what they're trying to do with 16. It just doesn't feel like Final Fantasy. Like they might as well just call it something else, because it's completely different. It's really nothing like Final Fantasy, in my opinion. um, but I mean, I think with Final Fantasy Remake, there's issues with that as well. They're gonna have to be multiple parts. Like how is it like 4 parts, 4 or 5 parts that they're gonna have to make? Hell, the PlayStation 6 might be out by the time by the time they finish all this, or hell, the PlayStation 7 might be out by then. If they even keep making consoles, because I mean, realistically, these consoles are basically just computers that they're trying to pack down into a small console form, and there's been a lot of rumors about that too. Like, will these newer systems like start going away after a while because you might as well just have a PC to play stuff, and it probably will happen at some point. I don't know how many years it would take for it to get that way, but it's definitely possible that it could happen. But Square Enix, they've gave us a lot of good games, recently. I can't really complain about them. I mean, we've got a lot of good Dragon Quest games. We've got, of course, Bravely Default 2 is coming out this year. It should be coming out pretty soon. I'm really excited for that one. The first Bravely Default is probably one of my favorite JRPGs of all time. It's definitely my favorite one on the 3DS. So I'm really excited for that one. I loved Octopath Traveler. That's one of my favorite RPGs I've played on the Switch so far. And I actually have the collector's edition. I can pull it out real quick. It's right here. We change screens real quick. But I've got the Wayfarer's edition right here. And I got this day one when it first came out. I really love this game. When you open this up, it looks like a pop-up book. And I love that. It's awesome, like you'll go through and you'll flip the page and it's literally a pop-up book, of all the characters and the different environments and stuff like that. And this is a really good game. I can't recommend it enough for people that haven't played it. Um, before I started learning Japanese and I had a lot more time, um, I mostly played RPGs. Um, but I found shooters. I've been playing a lot of shooters at least within the last year and a half. Is when I really started getting into them, and I love them because you can play them for, you know, 30 minutes or an hour and put it down and be done with it. You don't have to be invested in that game, like big RPGs like this, where you're going to have to put 80 hours or 100 hours into it. Maybe even more, depending on how many times you want to play it. If there's like other storylines you can go through and all that stuff. But, I don't know. We'll see how the next Final Fantasy turns out. I think it looks good, but I don't even think they should call it Final Fantasy at this point. Mark Smith says eventually Microsoft and Sony will be like Stadia. Funny enough, Game Pass is proof of that. However, Microsoft thought bigger than Google did in execution. Yeah, I agree. I mean, they probably will. They probably will go to something like that in the future. I mean, the only thing is, though, is like, how are they going to do it? Because like cloud gaming in the US right now is terrible. It's like our internet can't handle cloud gaming. I think there's going to have to be a lot of stuff to really happen, for it to be a mainstay in the console market, for them to go to that business model. But I agree with you, though. I think it's very, very likely that it's going to happen one day. Ringfit Master says, I admit I'm not a big Final Fantasy fan. Hey, Square Enix stopped every generation of consoles trying to reboot Tomb Raider. Well, I can't lie, man. Like, honestly, the Tomb Raider games, like the reboot, the trilogy reboot that they did, I thought it was awesome. I still haven't played the last one, Shadow of the Tomb Raider, but it's on Game Pass. I think I've even got it downloaded. I just haven't played it because I was trying to get through the last one. But those are very, very good games. Those Tomb Raider reboots are very, very good games. And it didn't make any money at all. Like, they probably won't make any more of them, because I know Shadow of the Tomb Raider, it was probably a month or two after it released. It was dirt cheap. I mean, you could find it on sale for like almost nothing sometimes. Mark Smith says that's why one of the reasons I love shooters so much, especially on more modern consoles with trophies that provide replayability. Yeah, that's true. I didn't really think about that, but yeah, I mean, the playing shooters on a newer platform and having trophies and stuff like that. Yeah, that'd be really fun. Um, Mark Smith says we're definitely at least another 15 years off. 5G is barely off the ground. Yeah, and that's true, man. I mean, it's like the only country that I know of that could even do cloud gaming like decently right now is Japan, because their network infrastructure is way ahead of ours. And just think about like a humongous city like Tokyo. I mean, Tokyo is like the biggest city in the world. There's more people in that city, than any other big city in the world, and everything's tight packed. Buildings everywhere. The way that they have it set up, we couldn't do it that way over here. you know, because there's a lot of places that aren't like that, you know, and even our big cities aren't as big as Tokyo, you know, and so the way that they have their network infrastructure and stuff like that set up, you know, um, they can do it because I tried to download Fantasy Star Online 2 on the Nintendo Switch a couple years ago, and it won't even load. Like you can't even get into a game. You can't even get into a menu. you know. Um, and so finally, I figured out you could play it on PlayStation 4 for free and not have to play the cloud version. You could just download it. So that's what I did. Is I downloaded it and just played the PS4 version. Um, but we do have some cloud games now coming on the Switch, like Control and I can't remember the other games off the top of my head. I know Control is one of them. But we're definitely getting some cloud games on the Switch too. So um, I know it's happening, but it's like I don't think it's going to be a big thing for quite a few years. Um, Yeah, exactly. Not Wolf. I agree. That's exactly the way I feel about shooters. It's just you can have fun with it for a little while and put it down, and when you're ready to come back to it, it's there. You didn't lose any progress or anything. But same thing with a lot of retro games in general, not just shooter games. I mean, there's a lot of retro games you can beat within an hour. An hour or two. Ring Fit Master says, buy Shadow of the Tomb Raider Definitive Edition for your PS4 or Xbox One. It has the base game and every piece of DLC on the disc. No downloads. Woohoo! Yeah, man. Definitely. I love that type of stuff. Having everything, in one package, all the DLC, all the patches, everything. Yeah. Eventually I'll have to get it. I actually really like all those Tomb Raider reboots that have came out. I'm gonna finish this beer, and we're gonna try to get somewhere with this. I think it's kind of getting late, and I'm probably tired and a little bit drunk. Not really drunk, but a little buzzed. Maybe that's why I'm not doing so good right now. But we're at least gonna give it one more shot before the end of the night. And like I said, before I stream these again, I want to practice them a little bit more, and try to get better at them. At least try to clear the games, because I don't think I've beat any of these games at all so far, but I love them though. They're amazing. I mean, some of my favorite shooters I've ever played right here. Especially for the 8-bit, 16-bit era. I guess you would say probably 16-bit. Even though the PC Engine wasn't really 16-bit, it was kind of a hybrid. Kind of in between 8 and 16-bit. But like I was saying earlier, if you're a shooter fan, you owe it to yourself to play these games, even if you emulate it. Use Magic Emulator, or, one of those good PC Engine emulators, and it's a ton of fun. Mark Smith says that game's going to be free on PlayStation Plus on Tuesday. Awesome, man. I don't think I have PlayStation Plus right now, though. Yeah, I don't have PlayStation Plus right now. Alright, guys. I'm going to change the screen over and I'm going to give this one more shot. Oh, it's starting me over. I don't want to start over from there. I want to start over from the beginning. But I definitely want to stream a lot more, PC Engine shooters and stuff like that. And we'll have to do Spriggan one day. I could probably make that a stream in its own, because that's a pretty long game, and I haven't actually beat that one yet. I think I got to the last level on it, and that's a pretty tough game, but I love it though. I love the hell out of Spriggan. But we'll have to do, maybe we'll do that next weekend. But one thing I do want to mention, and I can't really say a whole lot about it right now, but so next weekend, Thursday, well, my weekend is Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. So we're gonna be playing Paper Mario again on Thursday. I don't know if that could extend to Friday, depending on how far I get in it, because I know this week I actually streamed that game twice, on Thursday and Friday, and that it's very possible that could happen again. But on Saturday next week, there's going to be a special thing going to be happening where another YouTuber, you might know him, you might not, but he's a really cool dude, and he actually wants to do an interview with me, and we're going to be doing that probably sometime in the afternoon on Saturday, next Saturday. So I might do a stream that night possibly, but I'm not sure. But I want to get that done as well. I'm not sure if we're gonna live stream it or not, or if we're just gonna record it and post the video later. It's gonna be up on his channel. It's not going to go on my channel, but I'll definitely post a link to you guys in the Discord, in the Soromaru Discord, and all the other Discords I'm a part of when that happens, and that's going to be a lot of fun. We've been talking about it quite a bit today. He actually messaged me today and said that he wanted to do an interview with me, so we're going to be talking about video games and just different stuff, and it's going to be a lot of fun. So definitely excited for that. And also, me and Cassius are going to be doing some collaboration streams in the future as well. Probably next week, we're going to be doing another stream as well. So that's actually probably going to be the Friday night stream that I'm going to be doing with Cassius. But on Thursday, we're definitely going to be doing the Paper Mario stream like we've been doing, and we're gonna play that game till we beat it for sure. Really loving the hell out of that game so far. And I can definitely see why now, like after playing it for a pretty good while, I can see why people like it more than other Paper Mario games. I did have the first one for a short time, but I never beat it. I got through probably 3 or 4 chapters of it, and I really liked it. But I never beat it. And eventually I do want to get that one back and play through it again. A lot of people hate Super Paper Mario, but that's actually the first Paper Mario game that I ever played, and I really like that one. There's a lot of cool stuff in there, but I can see why people don't really care for a lot of the other Paper Mario games. But I've really had a good time playing those, and thanks to Mackenzie Peters. He goes by Ring Fit Master. He actually sent me a copy of that game. And I wouldn't be playing that right now if it wasn't for him, And if I'm missing everybody's comments, I apologize. I'm gonna try to do my best on this run, but every now and then I'll pause and at the comments and everything. You know, I just kind of realized something, you know, is these games in particular give me like a certain type of feeling um, that I don't really get from a lot of other games. But I guess the best way I could put it into words is um, this game it almost feels like it's timeless or something like that. It's like you could come back to it, you know, 100 years later, and it would still be just as amazing as it is right now. You know. But like I was saying earlier, you know, like I feel like lucky to even be playing this type of stuff, man, you know? Because there's like so many people that don't know anything about this stuff. And I know like back then when this stuff came out, it was like extremely rare for anybody in this country to know anything about it, you know? So it's like, I don't know, I just feel lucky and grateful just to even have an opportunity to experience this. Hopefully I can do a little bit better this time. I think it was level 2 I started dying a lot. I think it was level 2 or 3. I think it was the third one. Yeah. There we go. Yeah, it was this guy that got me last time. Much as I've played this too, I should have this down pat by now. Ah. Ah. All right, finally. I'm just reading y'all's comments about Square and Nintendo. Yeah, they said it would have taken like fuck, I don't know how many carts, like 30 something, like 34 carts or some bullshit like that to even fit all of Final Fantasy 7 on it. Crazy. Yeah, exactly, Mark. I mean, now um for the last several years, we've known about, the Nintendo PlayStation, and if they would have just done that then, I mean, think about how different it would have been. Like, think about how Famicom and the Famicom disk system was, and think about like the Nintendo PlayStation, where it has cartridges and CDs. But then we have the oddity of the Nintendo 64 disk drive, which is so funny because when I was a kid, I used to read, Game Pro and EGM and all those kind of magazines, and I remember seeing, that they were going to come out with in Japan the disc drive, and I thought it was CDs that they were talking about, but it wasn't. It was like fucking disc drives. I'm like, really? Like, when I finally realized what it was, I was like, are you kidding me? Like, they're really gonna put out uh something that uses that in this day and age? Like, I was like, are you kidding me? I mean, I'm interested in it just because I love F-Zero X, and I would love to be able to play the disc drive version of that. And make my own tracks and all that stuff. But you can emulate it though. I mean, even on the newer N64 EverDrives, you can put all the disc drive games on there too, and it'll work just fine. So eventually, I'll get one of those just to play the disc drive games. Nintendo has had times where they couldn't get out of their own way. Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty crazy to think about the business side of things, like just how everything has turned out and how different things would have been, how vastly different things would have been if some of these companies would have made, slightly different decisions. Um, Pretty interesting. Pretty interesting to think about. Ah. I feel like these spots here are like getting me, and used to I could get through these parts like nothing. I guess I'm really out of practice with some of these levels. Damn. Even the laser sucks unless you're like you have like a level 3 or 4 power up. And died quick that time. Atari NES could have happened. Yeah, it could have had. It definitely could have had. Back in that time, in the 80s, late 80s, definitely could have happened. Mark Smith says, I'm so glad they didn't. Yeah. Yeah, I think that it's probably a good thing they didn't. Well, so y'all have witnessed me getting my ass kicked on these soldier games. And I don't think I'm going to do any better runs tonight than what I've already done. But it's been a lot of fun. The next time I play these, I'm definitely going to, practice them some more and at least try to beat the damn things before I try to stream them. So I'm kind of rusty on these, especially this one in particular. I figured this one I would do the best on, but it was actually, I probably did worse on this one than any of the other ones. So, you know, I'll have to practice some more and get better at them, But, Greenfit Master says, thanks for the shout out. You made me turn red. Well, you deserve it, man. You're a good dude. He sent me, his extra copy of Paper Mario Thousand Year Door, and I really appreciate the hell out of it, man. Nobody's ever sent me anything like that. Just out of being a friend, and just trying to, help out another YouTuber, So, I really appreciate it. He says he's gonna send me some other games, and I kind of feel bad because I want to send him something else back. And we got McFluffy here. What's up, man? How you doing? We're probably about to end the stream here in a few minutes, but I do want to talk to y'all for a couple more minutes. While people are still in the chat here. It's 2:15 where I'm at, and gotta work in the morning, but not too early. I gotta work at 10:30, so I still got time. But that's why I stream late, because I'm kind of a night owl anyways. I stay up really late all the time, so. Ringfit Master says, no games to send back, no worries, I'll take your soul. And he said he's gonna send me a Chaos Field, which is cool shoot 'em up. I haven't played it yet, but It looks awesome though. I've been interested in it for a long time. Um, Kind of like a boss rush type of shooter. Um, so when he does what you know, anything he sends me, we'll definitely be streaming it. It'll be really fun. Jesse says we're taking a break this weekend. We need to catch up on art. Yeah, man, I know what you mean. It's but I know you guys are probably working on way more projects than I am right now. But I'm doing quite a few art projects myself at the moment, and you know, trying to stream and make videos and stuff too. So I know there's definitely a balance there. You know, a lot of stuff going on. But you guys have been streaming consistently for fucking ever, dude. Like, you know, y'all need a break, you know, for a week or two. Trying to reorganize the channel and the game room. Yeah, that's a lot of work, man. I know that's a lot of work. Well, good luck, man. You know, I'm sure y'all will get it done. And hopefully, you know, it'll be a lot better after you do everything you need to adjust. You know, um, but you know, this is a stream I've been wanting to do for a long time. Is playing these games. Just kind of wanted to play all the soldier games in one stream. I know we didn't play Star Parodier, but I did play that one on my last PC Engine stream. So we'll definitely be streaming all these in the future, anyways. So hopefully next time I'll be a lot better at all of them and at least be able to beat them. And because I see some people playing these shooter games and they're just like fucking like god level players, you know. They're just amazing at it, you know. Like they can point blank at anything and everything and not get hit by anything the whole way through the game, you know. Like that's the level I want to get to on some of this stuff. But it takes a lot of time. It takes a hell of a lot of time and practice. But as far as like newer games, the only newer game I've been playing as far as shoot 'em ups is Super XYX. That's an amazing game. I probably never would have even knew about it if it wasn't for Shmup Junkie's video on it, which is an amazing video. If you haven't seen that, go check it out. If you don't know about that game yet, I would suggest watching his video about that first because it's fucking amazing what he did. But that video definitely sold me on that game. And like my Steam history, it says I've already put in probably like 17 hours into that game, and I'm still not really good at it, you know. But I'm decent at the game. But it's a hell of a lot of fun. I've been playing that a lot, and sometimes during the week, I'll stream it on Discord in the Shmup Junkie Discord. But me and UBO, when he's available, we'll be, you know, talking and stuff. And sometimes like I'll stream and then he'll stream a game too, and he destroys me in that game. Like he knows how to point blank like every single boss in the game, and it's crazy like watching him play that game, you know. Like he's so fucking good at it, it's unbelievable. But I'm just reading y'all's comments and stuff here. Oh wow. Well, that's awesome, Mackenzie. I really appreciate that, man. I really don't even know what to say. I mean, that's like 2 expensive GameCube games, man. You've already sent me one that's expensive, Like I feel bad about it, honestly. Like I want to send you something cool, man. And I will send you something cool one of these days because I do have your address. Um, I'll send you something cool eventually, just because I want to, not to try to compensate you, but just because I want to. Um, but that's awesome, dude. I'll definitely stream them. I'll stream the hell out of those games. Um, and all right. So Night Wolf is heading out, man. Glad you came by. It's been a lot of fun. I hope you have a good night. He says he also bought Super XYX thanks to Smoke Junkie. Yeah, man. I think him putting that video out there probably did boost the sales of that game because, I mean, I don't really keep up with Steam stuff, and it's only on computer, And if it wasn't for him making that video, I probably would have never known about it, or if I did, it probably would have been like a year or two later, because I don't really keep up with Steam stuff at all. Um, and looks like Jesse's heading out. Thanks for coming by, man. And I'll definitely be there in y'all's streams this coming week, And I'll be in this one here in just a couple minutes. Probably gonna finish this beer and talk to y'all for another couple minutes, but I've had a lot of fun tonight, man. Like I said, I've been wanting to stream these for a long time, and I'll definitely be doing a lot more PC Engine streams in the future. So next weekend I'm gonna be pretty busy, actually, like more busy than usual, because I typically stream 3 nights a week, but I've got a collaboration video and a collaboration stream also going on next weekend, plus my normal content, so it's gonna be pretty busy. Like I'm gonna have to try to get everything I can done this week or the weekend, so that I can have as much time as I possibly need to be able to do everything else. So, but it's gonna be a hell of a lot of fun, man. I'm glad for the opportunity. um a lot of people in our community, in the Saramaru community, and the Kitshoryukin community, I just love talking to you guys, man. I mean, you're an awesome bunch of people. you know. And anybody that wants to collaborate with me, man, I'll be happy to do it. You know. And Mackenzie, he's going to be making videos soon. He said he's going to try to start filming a video on Tuesday if he possibly can. And I'm really excited to see that, man. Mackenzie's an awesome dude. I've talked to him quite a bit. And, I'd like to see, what he's got in store. And, Mackenzie, if you ever want to do a collaboration, just let me know. And, we'll do something together, man. Mark Smith says, "I'm glad we all connected. It's fun to tune in and support." Yeah, man, and Mark Smith, he's a supporter of pretty much all the channels I like, and Mark Smith's another good dude, and I know that he's into music and stuff as well, like I am. He's a DJ, and he says, if you ever need help with video editing, please let me know. Yeah, I do need help with it. Because I really suck at it. For right now, anyways, But I don't think I put in enough time, in it to really learn the programs and stuff like that. Currently, I'm using Adobe Premiere Pro, and on my iPad Pro, I have Adobe Premiere Rush, I think is what it's called. That's the iPad version. So I got both of those. But I know how to do the basic stuff in it. But there's a lot of stuff I don't know how to do. So yeah, any kind of video editing stuff, like that's something I really want to learn. Um, Here lately, I've been focusing on like art and graphic design type of stuff, trying to get better at a lot of that too, because I do plan on kind of changing careers. Hopefully within the next year. I don't know if it's going to happen, but um, I'm going to be doing graphic design and art and stuff like that on the side. A lot of it's going to be for myself, but I do have, you know, some things lined up in the future that I'll be doing for art and graphic design. And I'd really like to just try to do that stuff freelance. And, you know, if I'm making enough money, hopefully, you know, quit the job I have now and just be able to do, you know, freelance stuff like that in my free time, and be able to stream and do videos whenever I want to. That's kind of my goal right now. That's what I like to do. I don't know if it'll exactly happen that way, um, but we'll see what happens. Hopefully it'll work out for the best. Greenfit Master says, if we collab, you and I will keep 110% of the profit. Well, as many games as you're sending to me, I think you should keep the profit. To be completely honest with you. Mark Smith says, I've got you covered, man. Awesome. Yeah, and I saw that short video you did at one. Everybody's laughing now because of what I said. But Mark, I saw that one video, that short video you did on Twitter recently. It was just kind of like a thank you video of, I don't remember the YouTuber's name. He's the one that's giving out all the codes and stuff all the time. But that was actually a good video. The way you edited it and everything, it was less than a minute long, but it was really good. You know, you definitely got some Gub spell. That's it. Yeah, that's right. That's it. That's the same one. But yeah, I definitely need to work on that. And you know, Kid Shoryuken, he's been waiting on me for a while to send in one of my guest reviews, and I started on it months ago. But I just can't seem to get it right. It's just trying to do the voiceovers on top of what I've already done. It's hard to time everything right and everything. So I have been having quite a bit of issues with, you know, making like regular videos. And that's why, I mean, that's not why I like streaming, but that's one reason I like streaming, is because it's so easy to do. You know, it's not, once you know how to set up everything in OBS, it's not that hard to do. And, you don't have to edit anything out. And I kind of like that because, you know, for me as a person, like when I'm talking and stuff, I might mess up every now and then, or, you know, say something corny or whatever, but I don't really care. Like, I don't really want to edit all that stuff out, you know. But I still need to learn like how to do all that stuff, you know. And but I think I'm kind of a perfectionist when I'm trying to do it as well. So that it doesn't really make it any better, because if you think about it, it's like I'm juggling like streaming. I'm really like doubling down on like art and graphic design. So like any free time I have, that's what I've been doing. And so I have like all this creative stuff I've been trying to do, plus music and stuff like that as well. I'm trying to come up with, I've already wrote some other tracks, but my recording equipment right now is shit, so there's that. But I'm trying to get everything, you know, I'm trying to do like a million things at one time, and it's just kind of hard to keep up with it all. Right. Well, I still appreciate the hell out of it, Mackenzie. I really appreciate it, man. Oh, Mark says that that guy, the guy on Twitter, Gubspell, he's actually a music producer as well. That's awesome, man. Um, Me and my roommate are actually planning on this year. I talked to him about it, and we're planning on turning our spare room. It's actually the room right down the hallway from mine. We're planning on turning that into a home studio this year if we possibly can, and so we're gonna get, soundproof it. I'm probably gonna build some bass traps and stuff like that myself, and get an awesome computer and stuff set up in there, and a lot of good mics and interfaces and recording equipment and stuff like that. I've been a musician half of my life, and I'm 31 now. I've been playing guitar and bass and stuff like that ever since I was 14. And I play a lot of other instruments too. I played, violin and synthesizer, just a bunch of different stuff I played. Mainly played guitar and bass, and like a lot of heavy metal and classic rock type of stuff. That's mostly what I like. Blues, jazz type of stuff. But my roommate actually used to be a rapper in Dallas years ago, and he actually had music videos. He still got them too. The music videos that he had, and it was pretty badass shit. And so we're planning on building, trying to make this room over here soundproof, and I'm gonna help him on the technical side with his music that he wants to make, and then I'm pretty much gonna be playing all the instruments and doing everything on all the music I want to make. Because what we're planning on doing is I want to get I don't want to do drum samples, not for rock and metal. For rap, that's fine. For rap or EDM or anything like that, that's fine. But for rock and metal, hell no. You need a real drum set. And I played drums for a long time as well. I've kind of been a jack of all trades with all that stuff, I used to have a Killer Pearl drum set and a good set of cymbals stuff, but I had to get rid of them because the neighbors were always complaining about, the fucking drums and everything, so I had to get rid of them. And I traded it for a bass, but at least I got, something out of it, and I still have that bass. But I've got, enough guitars and basses and all that stuff. I just need to get a good synth again, and some audio interfaces, good mics, and I'm going to be building a good computer in the next couple months that I could use for that as well. And I've got another laptop that I could use if I wanted to just use that exclusively for music production. So got a lot of things in the works here. I would like to do my own music for this channel, come up with an intro. I'm already working on an animated intro that I'm doing, and it's going to be really cool. You guys are going to like it. Very different, very original, very specific to this channel. And it's going to take me a while to make it. It's going to be a lot of animation, and it's going to take a while. But I don't really want to pay anybody else to do it, and I already know in my head what I want it to be. And me being an artist and everything and musician, I want to do it all myself, So I'm going to be doing all the animations myself. And if I get the equipment that I need to be able to, record everything, then I'll probably make my own little intro music for the channel and stuff like that too. That's what I've been planning on doing, or even making, like custom music, even for when I take a break. Because me, when I run out of beer, I got to go grab another one. So if I'm gone for 5 minutes, well, I want to make, a badass metal song or something like that to go uh, in between, you know, to where when I leave, I can play it. I can hit the Be Right Back screen, and it's gonna play that metal song that I made, you know, and that's what I'm planning on doing. You know, I want to try to make everything on my own. But that's just the kind of person I am, you know. Um, I've got my hands in all these, you know, creative fields, and hopefully one day I can make a living out of it. But you know, I'm just happy doing it as a hobby for right now, you know. uh, Mark Smith says, "Were you the one telling me about those synth programs to be able to produce NES style and Genesis FM chiptune music a while back?" Yeah, probably. There's I look into stuff like that quite a bit. I can link you a bunch of channels and stuff like that too, Mark, that have been doing that stuff, and there's some very interesting stuff with that. There's some cartridges you can actually buy too, um, if you want to, you know, start making music with those sound chips. You can actually buy cartridges that actually, you know, let you be able to access all those sounds. Um, Mark Smith says, "Believe it or not, I taught myself. I read zero instruction manuals or anything like that. The only knowledge I had was from a TV productions class from high school in 1994." Well, that's a good thing though, man. Like, this is the way I look at things. Is um, I think if you learn something the hard way, then you learn something the best way, because all those hard lessons that you learn, you're never gonna forget. You know, it's always gonna be stuck in your brain. You know, and even with music stuff, as long as I've been a musician, like I don't play as much as I wish that I could, like as much as I wish I would have time to be able to play music and stuff now, and I'm very out of practice and everything, you know what I mean? But it's like I still remember everything in my head. I remember every fucking chord that I've ever learned. I remember every scale that I've ever learned. I remember, you know, what music theory is. I know what all the notes are. I know what notes harmonize with each other. I know, you know, all this stuff that I beat into my head over the years. And even though I don't play every day and I'm out of practice, I still have all that knowledge inside, you know. And so it just I got my guitars out last weekend, you know, my guitar and bass, and I wrote a couple of songs, and I'm having issues out of my amp. The one amp I have, I could use the other one, but it's like a little practice amp, and I'm like, I really need to upgrade my equipment, honestly, before I even record anything, because there's going to be a lot of issues with it if I don't, because some of my gear is kind of janky now because it's so old, you know, has problems. But I don't have to have like the most expensive gear or whatever, but I got to have something that's stable, you know, anyways. But Ring Fit Master says, in the intro, enters a stranger's house and then smashes their TV and then gives them a free CRT. Oh man. The average Joe, they'd be mad as hell about it. I'd probably be fucking happy if somebody come in here in my house and did that. Let's smash your piece of shit flat screen. Here's you a badass CRT, a Sony Trinitron or whatever. Okay. I'll take it. But for like 98% of the world, they probably like be ready to murder you. Brainfit Master says, I would agree that self-teaching sticks in your brain, but I'm always retraining myself how to hold an N64 controller. Yep, I've already forgot. Yeah, man, that controller is like, I remember when I was a kid, the first time I ever played it, I didn't grab the middle handle. I always grabbed it from the outside like that, and like my thumb was like all the way over here trying to hit the joystick, and people told me, "Oh, you gotta hold it from the middle thing." I'm like, "Well, it just feels so fucking weird," you know. It's like I don't mind the N64 controller, I guess, but it's like you do have to play it for a long time to get used to it. um, but you know, it is getting kind of late here. It's going on 3 o'clock in the morning, but I guess I'll go ahead and end the stream here. But everybody that come by, I appreciate it. I had a ton of fun tonight, just talking to you guys, and that's what I love about streaming and just playing games and streaming and stuff is talking to you guys, and that's one of the biggest things I enjoy about it the most. Um, so I appreciate it a lot, and like I said, we're getting really close to getting 100 or getting 100 subscribers, and um, once we do that, we're gonna have some awesome stuff. We're gonna have an emoji club, and I'm working on that actively. As we get to the road of making 100 subs, we're gonna have an emoji club, and we're gonna have our own Discord as well. So I really look forward to that. And I would do it now, but honestly, at 100 subs, it'll give me some time to get all these emojis and stuff like that ready. So that's why we're going to do it at 100 subs, because it's going to take me a little bit of time to get all that together. But anyways, I probably won't be back for another few days until next Thursday night. We're going to be playing Paper Mario: The Thousand Year Door. I have a collaboration stream planned for Friday, and I have a collaboration video planned for Saturday. So I might still do my regular streams on Friday night and Saturday night. I'm not sure yet. It might just depend on how the time works out with those collaboration videos and streams. But I'll definitely be back next weekend, and I hope y'all have a good rest of y'all's weekend. I have to work in the morning, unfortunately, but I know most of you guys are probably off on Sundays. Go back to work on Monday. So I hope y'all have an awesome weekend, and I will see y'all next weekend, guys. And thanks for supporting the stream, and have a good one, guys. Bye.